So Wilson makes his hit. And also want to make the announcement. Yesterday we paid out over $16,000 in purse here. So today we were doing the 2 rounds of buybacks. Top and juniors, you will be guaranteed again today. Full payout. Mod, we will be working on that to get you a total here. So want to thank everybody that's come out. Even though we've been short on the car count, you know, a lot of people traveled a long ways. A lot of the local racers supported us, so we have tried our best to stand by what we put on the flyer, and we appreciate everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for everyone to rise as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem.
See by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Alrighty, it's time to burn some rubber, kick some asphalt, and turn some wind lights on. Drivers in 1 and 2 should be loading up. Drivers in 1 and 2, load them up for first round of the Fishbowl Top Bulb. Welcome to everyone watching us on YouTube, Diamond State Digital. As we're getting ready to kick off round 1 here for the Top Bulb Fishbowl. $7,500 to win right here at the US 13 Dragway today. Yesterday's winner, Chad Thurman. Chad was doubled up to down to the semis in bottom bulb and top. Got the semifinalists there and picked up the win. So, but said he had to take the day off today. He was wore out. So Alex Bradford was the runner-up. So Alex will be on a wait-and-see bye here for first round. So drivers in 1 and 2, go ahead and load them up. Get ready, fire them up as we are getting ready for the final day here of the Hillbilly Bracket Bash. It's our 3rd annual, and appreciate everyone coming out supporting it. So here we go. Taco says, here we come out. First round. Hillbilly Bracket Bash. Fishbowl Top Ball. First pair of cars going to go in the water box. Looks like Mark Kelly going to take on Kevin Mendenhall. Mendenhall out of that B&M Performance. Sponsoring the live feed today. We appreciate him and Miss Vicky. Mark Kelly, he's the man. I like what you said yesterday. I said, Mr. Kelly's out here going rounds. He's going slow, winning dough. He was like, I like that. 724 to dial on the Camaro. 6 flat from Mendenhall. Leader of that PA posse. He's going to have to haul Kelly down at the 8th mile. $19 for Kelly, $37 for Mendenhall. Mendenhall got some work to do. Drop the nose on the Chevy 2. Double breakout. Give the win to Mendenhall. As he goes a $5.99 with a 7 on a 6 flat. Just 3 thou under. Kelly taking 28 at the stripe to be 13 under. Had to tighten it up a little bit there. Up next, Ron Reese taking on Matt Patterson. Reese in that wheel stand to Nova, 608 to dial, 650 for the pickup over there on the spectator side. Reese carrying him out past the 60-foot, 23 to a 37. Can the Nova hold him off? He does. He goes a 12 on an 08. Mike DiLorenzo, Robbie Hamilton. Hamilton wins some rounds. Hamilton wins some rounds. He was in the split there yesterday. DiLorenzo, he's working hard. He's won both of the 50-50, so that's helped him out there on his entry. So DiLorenzo dials 572. Like I said, 474 here for Hamilton, Tower Side. DiLorenzo 17, Hamilton 26. Can the Camaro hold him off? Yeah, he does. Dead 3, 17, 20 pack. Hamilton was 26, goes dead 0. But that's not going to get you in. 6 thou, margin of victory at the stripe. Brian Morrison going to take on Will Winthrop. Winthrop here, Tower Side in the Malibu. In that LZ Septic lane over there in the metal shop lane. Morrison dials 627. Malibu here, right side, 638. Oh, 08 to a 23. Morrison with the advantage. Give the win light as the Malibu breaks out getting there. But give the win. 8-pack for Brian Morris. Dead 0, 008 on the tree. Thanks for racing, Mr. Winthrop. But the buyback is on the second floor. So come on up. So Morrison with an 8-pack, sending Winthrop to the buyback window. Re-entry, first round right here, second floor, re-entry. Second round right here, second floor. Larry McGowan Jr. and Bill Foster. Chop top 55, 593, 466 on the long and skinny. 008 to a 006. Anybody's raised 2,000 to start. Bang. Put it on the dragster. He's dead 5, 11 pack. Foster was 3 over. So the 11 pack for McGowan. He's going to move on. Foster going to have to come see us up here on the second floor. Lee Schoolfield, Brandon Layfield. These guys ran each other in time runs, so they know what each other's going to dial. One's holding some, one's dialing honest. One's dialed 610, one dialed 644. I'll let you see the rest of the story when they get to the 8th mile. Layfield 001 red. Give the win to Schoolfield. He's 32 to go dead 5. Layfield dead 3. Just dead red 001. I used to say I don't care if it's 001 or 100 red. It's red. Red you dead. Layfield going to have to buy back to stay in it to win it. Mac Darting up here tower side. Big Mac attack duct tape. 523 on the dragster. Travis LaRoque came out here today. Doubled up. 691 on the Mustang. Mac turns it red, 12 red. Give the win to LaRoque. He's 22 on the hit. Goes 92 with a 0 on a 91. Mac was dead 4. But again, that 12 hurt him on the start. Jacob McKinney going to take on Skylar Stump. Stump in that beautiful red Camaro, 69 Camaro. Going to take on the 76 Nova here of McKinney. 555 on the door car of Stump. 630 here for McKinney. Stump with a 12, 30 for McKinney. McKinney could be in trouble. Yep, give it to her. She's dead 9, 12 on the tree, 21 pack. As McKinney was 30, 2 over. Gonna have to visit the re-entry round. Hank Lacatus. Real name's Lacates. Likes for you to mess his name up because Fabian from MIR did it one time and Frankie picked up a $5,000 check. Hadn't worked since, but I'm going to try it again today for him. Lacatus, he's dialed 456. Vance Usselton, dial 650. Two-second head start. Going to go to the Blazer over there in the left-hand side. Almost dead even at the tree, 22 to a 24. Here comes the dragster on the big end. Can't make it happen. 1 over with a 9 is Vance. He's going to pick up the win. Frankie, 58 on a 56. Margin of victory, 0069, 69 10,000. Well, here's a good battle coming up. Brian Bogle going to take on Chase Huber. Huber, 592. Past junior dragster champion here at US 13 Dragway. Bogle, he's won some big money races here. 665 on the truck. $14 for Bogle. Here comes the Monte Carlo. Can he get by him on top end? Nope, can't do it. Pick up. 2 over with a 5, taking 3 thou at the stripe. As Chase was a 27 to Bogle's 14. He was closer to the dial, but not closer at the reaction time. Trip Cloud, Dennis Long. Cloud and the Mustang 607 to dial. Long, out of Chesapeake City, Maryland, in the dragster. Long racing engines. 485 on the dialing board. Cloud turns it 6 red. Long, 007. Cloud goes down there to run dead 6. Long was 2 over. 87 on a 85. Darren Roten going to take on Josh Nichols. We call him a.k.a. Bigfoot. Bigfoot, dial 773 on the Ford Granada. Chevelle, 575. .006 for Roten, 32 for Nichols. Nichols could be in trouble. He is. Roten runs down there to run 16 over. 6 light, giving him a 22 pack. As Nichols was 16 over as well. He was 74 on a 73. He was 32 at the hit. He's going to have to visit the buyback. Alexis Truitt going to take on Josh Phelps. Phelps in the Camaro out of Denton, Maryland. 588 on the Camaro. 578 here tower side in the Mopar for Alexis Truitt. Alexis, 37. Josh, 31. 6 out separate them. Give it to the Mopar. As Josh runs a 91 on an 88. 80 on a 78 for Truitt. Taking 11th out at the stripe. Jerry Birchfield Jr. coming up next. 431 to dial. Eddie McBride, 595 on the Camaro over there in the metal shop lane. And Birchfield. Brandon Ennis going to take on Steve Ryan. Ryan in the dragster out of Westminster, Maryland, 474 for the left lane entry. Here, right side, Brandon Ennis out of the Ennis Motorsports, 487. Perfect light for Ryan, 006 for Ennis. Give the win to Ennis. He's one over with an 8 as Ryan. Bottom ball, Beach Custom Services bottom ball, round number 1, lanes 3 or 4. Round 3 or lanes 3 or 4. The bottom ball, lanes 3 or 4, round number 1. Groton going to pick up the win as Tyler turned it 005. Red goes 57 on a 60. As Groton was 1 over, 18 on the hit. Coming up next, Dave Tucker over there in the Tucker's Toy. Jerry Birchfield Sr. here in the Camaro. As Birchfield, 505 on the window. That's pretty quick for a door code, folks. I'm telling you right now. As a new power plant under the hood. Tucker, he's got a 490 on the dragster over there. Little shorty front tires. Stack injection. That's about as nostalgic as you'll get right there. Old Tucker's Toy 3. He won one of the Coastal Clashes here last year on the Sunday. So... give the win to Birchfield. He's 22. Not sure what happened with Tucker there. He didn't have something right in the box. As he goes to 86 on a 90. Birchfield goes to 07 on an 05. Brett Jones going to take on Donnie Yateman. Yateman 11 in the left lane, 34 for Jones. Gets to the finish line, give it to Yateman. He's dead 8, 11 on the tree, 19 total. As Jones, he's dead 6, but 34 at the hit. Put him too far behind to be in the mix. Here we go, Vanetta Ennis. Going to take on Clark Howe. Bill Foster's up here. He's dumping his piggy bank. He dug out $2 more in the cushions in the RV. Had some change in there. He said, "I'm in it to win it, man. I don't care what he's doing." Vanetta Ennis dials 464, 635 for Howe. Thought I was at the slots there for a minute. Heard all them quarters a banging and a clanging back there on Bill Foster. Here we go. $33 for Ennis, 54 for Clark. I need my top guys, 3 and 4, load them up. Top 3 and 4, load them up. Bottom ball. You've been called to lane 3 and 4 for first round. Give the win to Vanetta Ennis. She's dead 133. As Howe runs out getting there, but was behind 54 to 33 on the tree. Zachary Shirky. 492. Going to take on Christy Walston. Walston went some rounds yesterday in the Walston Motorsports Dragster. 488 on the dial in for him. Christian Walston trip zip. Zach Shirky's in trouble. He's 70 at the hit to go down there to go dead 3. But Christian, he was trip zip, perfect light. Goes a 94 on an 88. Tightening the stripe up a little bit, but dropping a lot of mile an hour down there. Shirky going to have to be in it to win it. It's going to have to come back up here to the second floor, see Miss Denise in the tower. Jason Hoff going to take on Alan Clayville. Clayville in the Extreme Blazer. 662 to dial. 5 triple fives. Triple nickels on the Vega. Out of Littletown, PA. Seaford native right here, tower side, Clayville. Clayville 13 red, Hoff 13 green. The Vega goes 552 with an 8 on a 55. Clayville had the dial in there. He was dead 9, but just early on the let go. Drivers in 3 and 4 should be loaded up. Top drivers 3 and 4 should be loaded up. Bottom bulb, you should be heading to 3 and 4. Bottom bulb drivers, lanes 3 or 4. Bobby Weltner going to take on Andy Blank. Andrew, 478 here for the Girdle Tree, Maryland native. In the dragster, LZ Septic lane. Over there in the metal shop, off-road speed lane. Weltner puts a 615 on the Firebird. Anybody's game, 5 to a 7. Give it to Weltner. 16-pack as he goes 1 over with a 1. Andrew, 3 over with a 1. He was 7, but couldn't get there in time. Don't forget, re-entry round, second floor of the tower. Come up here, get you back in. You got to be in it to win it. $7,500 big check up for grabs today. Johnny Ennis going to take on Michael Hoff. Hoff, 463. Ennis, 459. .007 for Ennis, 29 for Hoff. Give the win to Ennis. As he goes 2 over with a 1, 007. Hoff breaks out by 3 thou, getting there by 2 thou. So Ennis going to pick up the win. Hoff, he was 29 though, to Ennis is 7. Going to be tough to get in that window. Greg King, Rob Weltner Jr. Weltner in the Mustang. Over there in the metal shop lane. 616 to dial. 628 for the Camaro King. Here in the LZ Septic side. Weltner, something happened to King on the let go. Weltner goes down there to run 1 over. As King, not sure what happened there. So, Up next, Paul Riddle going to take on Ricky Payne. Payne in the Corvette, 507. Riddle here, tower side, 494. Double 0-1 for Ricky Payne, 13 for Riddle. Give it to the Corvette. Payne, 20 pack. As he goes down there to go 1 over with a 9. Riddle, 24 over. So the Corvette going to move on. Riddle going to have to come up here too. Second floor of the tower, forward to re-entry. Don't forget, second floor up here. Re-entry round. Dave Foxwell coming up against W.R. Ketterman. Foxwell, 405 to dial. Ketterman, 453. Here comes Foxwell. Something happened there. Been having some troubles down there mid-track. He was 004. WR 18. Goes down there and drops anchor. Terrell Sinkler going to take on Dalton Weltner. Weltner went some rounds in that pickup truck last night. 606 to dial. So did Terrell. They were all down there counting, splitting some money up in the latter rounds. Weltner going to leave first. Sinkler going to have to haul him down in the dragster. $14 to a 12. Anybody's race at the stripe. Give it to the pickup. 14 dead 5. 19 pack. Terrell. Looked like he might have cut him loose down there. 75 on a 71. A Weltner. Dead on with a 5. Jake Narr going to take on Ron Reese. Here's two wheel standers. Get your cameras out, man. This is as Trip Cloud would say, you get your picture took. This is a good picture to take of these two cars. 622 for Narr and the Vega. 612 here for Reese, tower side. Ron Reese is in trouble. Jake Narr had a bunch to play with there. He had about 500s in his pocket. Reese goes down there to run dead on 8. Yeah, look at the board. Jake Narr was 2 over and had more that he could have messed with down there at the stripe. Nick McGowan up here against Nathan Mendenhall. Mendenhall in the S10, 612 on the window. 462 for McGowan on the dragster. Mendenhall 006, 15 for the dragster. Mendenhall goes down to be 3 above. The dragster dead 9, 15, 24 pack. Mendenhall going to have to come up here to the second floor of the tower, get his re-entry in. Cody Mariner, Mike DiLorenzo. DiLorenzo bumps it down to 008. Cody's 004. Here comes the dragster. Give it to him. 004, 14 over, 18 pack. Mike takes 14 at the stripe to run out by 4 thou. Could have took 10. Needed to take 10 or less. He would have been in there. Robbie Hamilton coming up next against Mike Sparacino. $474 for Robbie Hamilton here. $559 on the Thunderbird of Sparacino in the left lane. $003 for Sparacino, 10 for Hamilton, charging hard on the big end. Hamilton dead 4, Sparacino dead 3. Margin of victory, 008. Give it to the door car. Snap, up next, Mike Nahill. Going to take on Bo Andrews. Bo, $555 on the Ford-powered dragster. $474 for the big block Chevy-powered dragster of Nahill out of Edco, New Jersey, a.k.a. Snap. $23 for Snap, $32 for Andrews. Give the win to Snap. He goes down there to run dead 9. Andrews runs out, taking 25 at the stripe. Andrews going to have to come up here to the second floor. Bye back. Matt Patterson came up here to the tower. He said, I can't wait for a buyback round. Give me another entry. He's 41. Pillow Road 02. Give the win to the Chevelle. As the truck slowing up a little bit there. 65 on a 51. Brian Bogle coming up against Brandon Layfield. Bogle here, tower side, 667 on the Colorado, 642 on the S10. Layfield 008, 18 for Bogle. Carry it to the big end, give the win to Layfield. He's 17 over, 8 on the hit, 25. Bogle, 22 over, 18 at the hit. Layfield picking up the win. And Alex Bradford, last night's runner-up, going to pick up the bye here. This is a complete round one of our top bulb. Sponsored by the Fish Bowl. Thanks for Mike and Chris DiLorenzo. Beach Custom Services. Bottom bulb should be loaded up. 3 and 4. Bottom bulb, you should be in the cars loaded up. Bradford 19 on the hit. Dials at 83, goes at 84.
YEE-HAW!
First round, bottom ball. Montrell Johnson taking on Amy Thomas. Bike with a slight advantage there off the start. Give it to the bike. He's 43 on a 32. Amy slowed up a little bit there. Goes a 25 on an 09. Up next, William Hines taking on Vince Wade. Two more wheel standers here. Dead even on reaction time. A truck breaks it out, getting there by 47 to run under by 2 thou. Wade goes 4 over. Give the win to the Mustang. David Harris, Nicholas Bowie up next. Harris turns it 68 red. Nicholas Bowie, 004 dead 3 7-pack. As Harris going to have to come up to the second floor and get him a re-entry to get back in. He was 5 thou under, but missed it on the hit. Bowie, 7-pack. Moving on to the second round. Ben Garnett, Jacob Bowie. The other half of that Bowie Racing Brothers. $27 for Smokey, 58 for Jacob. The young boy might be in trouble here. Yep. Give the win to Smokey. He's 27. 27 over and 27 on the tree. Picking up the win light as Jacob missed it a little bit there. 58 goes 11 over. Bruce Wilson taking on Tim Foskey Jr. Foskey, he's a multi-time champ here at the Dragway on the foot brake. 629 on his Chevelle. On the 71 Buick, 654. Foskey with a light advantage. He's got about 400 in his pocket. And he'll use it down there on top end. He goes a 31 on a 29, picking up the win light. Wilson, he was 2 over, but a little bit later at the hit. Mark Kelly going to take on John Miller. Miller in the Firebird, 534 to dial, taking on the 727, or excuse me, 723 of Kelly here, Tower Side. Miller with some problems there. Kelly goes 730 on a 23, picking up the win light. Up next, Buddy Layfield going to take on Chris Connor. Connor, last night's runner-up. Layfield, 679 here in the LZ Septic Lane. Connor, 560 on the Vega over there in the Metal Shop Lane. Layfield with the light advantage, but gets down there taking 52 to run out by 13. Give the win to Chris Connor. He's 12 over, but was 80 on the hit. He was late. Buddy had a lot of room to work there. Just took a little too much stripe. Give the win to Connor. He'll move on to round 2. Robin Lewis going to take on Kevin Mendenhall. Junior dragsters, need you lanes 1 or 2, please. Junior dragsters, lanes 1 or 2. Mendenhall on the Chevy 2, 605 to dial. El Camino, 789. 006 for Lewis, 15 for Mendenhall. Give the win as Mendenhall runs 11 on a 5. Lures, 92 on a 89. Dave Van Hornsby up next. Going to take on Mike Dugan. Dugan part of that PA posse. 586 on his blue Nova in the left-hand lane. Hornsby in the red Nova here. Tower side, 629 for the Delmar, Delaware native. Double 0-1 for Dugan again. That's got to be his second or third 0-0-1. Hornsby was ready for him, though. 3 on the tree to go 19 over for a 22-pack. Up next, Will Winthrop going to take on Crystal Hudson. Hudson 604 on the S10 pickup, 644 here for the Malibu. Right-hand lane. Will turns it red, 22, Crystal. Right behind him, 19 red. Give the win to the pickup. My man, Charles Cave, the Cave Man, on the two-wheeler. Going to take on Travis LaRoque in the Mustang. 693 to dial for the Mustang, 564 for the bike here right-hand side. So we've got a couple guys here on the two-wheelers racing with us this weekend. Caveman got the advantage here. Can the bike hold him off? No. Breaks out by 400s, taking 80 at the stripe. Had to take 40 or less, he would have been in good shape. He was 28 to LaRoque's 33. As Caveman going to have to re-enter to stay in it to win it. Junior dragsters used to be loaded up ready. Junior dragsters should be loaded up and ready. Final call for our top ball buybacks. Final call. Need to get up here in the tower. Get your re-entry money in. Jane Amley, 31 on the hit, 24 for Landon Miller. Battle of the S10s at the stripe. Give it to Jana. 15 on a 13, taking 27 at the stripe. Miller off the dial, goes a 93 on a 88. And our final pair here for the bottom bulb. So, something happened with Jefferson there. They're grabbing, he's got on the 2-minute clock. 2-minute clock here for Jefferson in the water box. So here, whenever we have something like this, we put them on a 2-minute clock. So Jefferson, trying to look for some air or something, I think, is crew working around there. Jake Narr, or Joe Dietrich, sorry, Jake's behind the wheel, sitting there waiting on Jefferson. And 45 more seconds for Jefferson. He's got 45 more seconds. So Joe Dietrich showing a great sportsmanship there, as Michael Jefferson had an issue with a tire. Dietrich said, take your time. We had him on a 2-minute warning, and Dietrich said, you don't have to put him on a 2-minute warning. I'll wait for him to get done. So Jefferson, last night's winner, 610, the dial on the Nova. Dietrich, 622 here, Vega Tower side. Light advantage to Dietrich. Little Beg is out in front. Can he hold him off? No, can't do it. Joe might have gave that one back there. Margin of victory, 28-10 thou. As Dietrich, 25 on a 22, Mike 13 on a 10. Dietrich was 16 at the hit, as Jefferson was 23. still doing a little cleanup here on the computer real quick before we move to our junior dragster. So we will be starting here in just a couple seconds. Giving Miss Nolan a break, and we'll be right back to action here. Juniors, you should be in 1 and 2 and ready. Let me go ahead and have my top bulb re-entry round. Need you to 3 and 4, please. Top re-entry, 3 or 4. Steve Ryan, you are on the bye. Possible bye if there is one. HX56, Steve Ryan, you were on the possible bye if there is one. So once again, Steve Ryan, you are on the possible bye if there is one. And we got re-entry top bulb lanes 3 or 4. Lanes 3 or 4, re-entry top bulb 3 or 4, please. So, Shane Daly going to take on Laney Thomas here. First round of Hazard Auto Parts Junior Dragster. Round 1 here. Don't forget, juniors, if you lose, second floor, re-entry, get you another shot at it. As we have called the top ball re-entry round, need you to 3 and 4, please. On a double breakout, give it to Thomas. Both of them under by 7. Daly was 51 on the tree. Thomas was 52. Daly 9th out under, 6th out for Thomas. Tight race there. Nazar Wallace going to take on Lucas Gordy. Gordy got that Hillbilly Crew Chief of the Year working on the idol. As Slick Vic in his redneck bibs. Nazar, I believe Nazar was in the finals last night against Gavin Kramer. Wallace, 790. Lucas Gordy, 797. Gordy, 22 on the hit. Wallace, 56. Can Gordy hold him off? You can hear him whopping. Give the win to Gordy. Dead 0. 22 on the hit. 22 pack. He'll move on to round 2. Wallace going to have to spend some of last night's money up here on the second floor. Get him a buyback. Levi Narr, 840 out of Boardtown, PA. Going to take on Reagan Ketterman, last year's junior dragster champion right here at the US 13 Dragway. Reagan dials her dragster in 897. So Ketterman going to lead first. Nar going to have to haul him down. Double 0-2 for Nar. Reagan, the champ, could be in trouble. She was 51 on a breakout, but give it to Nar as he gets there first by 0017 to go 43 on a 40 as Ketterman runs out by 1. So here we go. Brandon Jenkins going to take on Jeffrey. Well, Tripp Poor to third. Tripp dialed 13 flat. They went a couple rounds last night. So here goes Jenkins. Going to have to sit there for 5 seconds. Wow, that's a long spot. There he goes. Jenkins has the light advantage. Run up on Pope now. Should be lifting. He does. He goes a 821 on a 809. As Pope run out. 96 on a flat. Alana Tebow taking on Elena. I always mess that up. I'm even messing it up on the live feed. Now she's gonna hear it. Then she's gonna come up the tower. Mr. Mark, it's Elena. I know it's Elena. She's dialed 824. Darian Hill over there on the spectator side, 790 on the M&W Racing. Hill turns it red. Tebow, 158. Tebow going to pick up the win there. As next pair up, Noah James going to take on Sophia Curtis. Curtis 790, James 790. Sophia's sister, she won the Dash for Cash here earlier. So a heads up run here. James turns it red. Give the win to Sophia. As she goes down there and runs out by 5. Under by 1 was James, but red there off the start. Once again, re-entry top ball, lanes 3 or 4. Re-entry top ball, lanes 3 or 4. You got to pay your re-entry here to the second floor of the tower. So, coming up next, Bentley Hazard taking on Liliana Hazard. There's a Hazard going to win this battle. I'm telling you right now. I'm betting on it. The odds are really strong here in Vegas. So Hazard. Left lane, Liliana, 1468, 895 for Bentley. Cooper Hudson turns it red. Bella Troy going to pick up the win. Bella, 39 on the hit to go down there to run 14 over. Cooper, he was 4 over, but a little bit early on the tree. William Gimby going to take on Garrett Kramer. Half of that Kramer racing. His brother cleaned everybody's clock last night. So Garrett up here now in the Purple Rain car, over there on the left-hand lane. Gimby here tower side. Dial 772, 890 for Kramer. Kramer with the light advantage there. William got some work to do. Down on top end, give it to Kramer. He's a 93 on a 90. He had about 700s there in his pocket. 3 over was Gimby, and he might have just shoved that back to him just to give him the strike. So Kramer going to move on. Gimby have to come up here to the second floor, get a re-entry. And Troy having some issues, telling Curtis to go ahead and stage, so she's going to get a broke by here. 790 on the dial. She's 003 on the hit. So Curtis going to pick up the win. Up next, Braden Hazard going to take on Shane Connor. So final call, top ball, re-entry, 3 or 4 please, top ball, re-entry, final call. Connor with a 28, Hazard with a 008. Anybody's race at the stripe, give it to Hazard. 008, 2 over. As Connor was 4 over, 28 on the hit. Going to get the win to Hazard. Connor going to have to look for the re-entry round. Cassie Sadowski, tower side, 9-12. Going to take on Madison Gordy. Battle with the females here. Madison turns it red. Give the win to Sadowski. Sassy Cassie goes 9-17 on a 9-12. As Madison turned it red, runs out by 4 thou. Up next, Braxton Hazard. Going to take on Ella Ketterman. Ella over there in the metal shop lane, left side, not 797. Brandon here in the LZ Septic lane, tower side, 790. Hazard with the light advantage off the start. Can Ella hold him off? Nope. She's won over with a 2. He's won over with a 5, but the difference was at the starting line. As Hazard was 26, Ketterman 76. That 500's made a big difference down on top end. Blake Lacates Truitt going to take on Austin Willis. Blake 903 on the dial. 790 for Willis. Blake with a light advantage over Austin. Does he hold off the dragster on top end? Yeah, he goes 907 on a 903. Austin, a 91 on a 90, but just a little bit behind at the start. Give the win to Lacates Truitt. Zach Shirky going to take on Mason Blumenauer. Mason, 885 to dial over there in the metal shop lane, left side. Shirky, dial 790. And Mason's got the light advantage here. Got about 500 he's holding. Give it to him. He's 86 on an 85. As Zach run out by 7th thou, but he was about 400 behind from the start. Here's last night's winner of just about everything, Gavin Kramer. He won the junior race, then turned around and won the pit vehicle race. So his pockets are full. Now he's going to try to pick them for Sunday. He's going to be on the bye here. Turns it red on the lead. So Kramer, 92 on a 90. We're going to do a little track prep here and get ready for our re-entry round. Just trying to keep the track tight with the sun on it today.
Yee-haw!
Don't forget re-entry here, second floor of the tower. We have called bottom bulb now. Bottom bulb, re-entry round. Lanes 1 or 2, bottom bulb 1 and 2. Should have our top bulb in 3 and 4. So top bulb should be in 3 and 4 for the re-entry. And junior dragsters, now that you're done, you can come to the second floor of the tower. Get back in it to win it. Full purse payout in the juniors today. And while we got a short break here, just want to remind you, coming up June 20th through the 22nd, it's the inaugural Showdown on the Shore, presented by TLR Promotions. Terrell Sinkler's here on the grounds, parked down there by the school board. All purses are guaranteed. You should have received an event flyer in your package that you got at the gate. So a lot of good money up for grabs. I know for Super Pro they're paying $10,000 to win Saturday, $5,000 on Sunday. For no box foot brake, it's $3,000 on Saturday, $2,000 on Sunday. $1,200 for the juniors. Also running motorcycles that weekend, $500 to win the motorcycle deal. Then he's got that mean 16. That's like the fastest 8 door cars, fastest 8 dragsters going up. You can sign up for the shootouts, the high roller. Make sure you stop Terrell down there. They're parked down by the school board, so you'll see him with the orange dragster in the lanes when we're running top bulb. Got any questions, he'd be happy to answer it, as we are so happy to have them come in and team up with us here at the US 13 Dragway. Added another big money bracket race to our schedule. So thanks to Terrell and Ricky for coming on board. If you got any questions, their numbers are on the flyer as well. So give them a call. Be happy to answer any questions you got. And again, as Terrell would say, all purses guaranteed. That's right. That's right. So if you got any questions, hit Trail Upwise here this weekend. And we'll see you back here on June 20th through the 22nd. Hey, it's 12:25 too. Look, that's a good time to remind you about Mobile Munchies and Uncle D's Barbecue. Located on each side. Mobile Munchies is over here by the fuel shack. Uncle D's is over there on the spectator side, right across from the starting line. See the big red trailer there? So they have cooked up some good food this weekend. I know everybody I've talked to, they were like, man, wow, this is a little better than track food. So thank them for coming out and being with us this weekend. So make sure you go and support them. We appreciate it, and so would they. So we got, like I said, Mobile Munchies is here, and, well, the Snowball trailer's here, but I don't know that they'll be here. They're going to open up probably around 1:30. Also, Miss Lynette's down there. If you need some pizza, hot dogs, or a good old ice-cold fountain Pepsi, she's got it at the concession stand, located right there with the only tree that's left after 62 years here at the track. So go see Miss Annette down there. Get your belly full, as it is lunchtime, so good time for the shout-out. And we're finishing up. Touches here on the track prep before we go into our re-entry round. Top drivers, you can start suiting up in 3 and 4. Top drivers, go ahead and start suiting up 3 and 4. Bottom ball should be making your way to 1 and 2. Bottom ball to 1 and 2. As our re-entry round getting ready to fire up. And we can hear them firing up. So, fishbowl, top ball, re-entry round coming out. So, if you won first round, you'll be waiting until we call for second. If you lost and you get in a re-entry and you win and you lose second round, you still got a chance as you can buy in the second round re-entry. The only thing we say is to get in the re-entry round, you just have to turn on a win light, either first round or first round re-entry. So, first pair coming in. We got, looks like Robbie Hamilton here. Right-hand side. 474 to dial in. Nathan Mendenhall in the pickup. Going to go 612. As the wind is crazy out there today. Looks like we might be a head to cross wind right now. Gust up to 20 mile an hour. So making it hard for these guys to dial. So Hamilton 003, Nathan 21. Here comes the dragster charging hard. He'll do it. 79 on a 74. Taking 44 at the stripe. As Mendenhall a little bit off there. 20 on a 12. Next up, Chase Hoover. Going to take on Bill Foster. Re-entry round here. Ron Reese, 15 on the tree. Mike DiLorenzo, 009. They run it out to the 8th mile. Double breakout, give it to the champ. He's 1 thou under. Reese takes 16 to be 23 under. Give the win to DiLorenzo as he'll move on to round number 2. Trip Cloud going to take on Frank Lacates. Lacates, 456 on the dragster, 607 on the Mustang for Cloud. He's going to lead first about a second and a half. Dragster going to have to run him down at the 8th. .58 on a 56, and he'll be done for today. Trip going to move on to round 2. David Tyler going to take on Jerry Birchfield Jr. Tyler net clean, 72 Nova, 557 the dial. Birchfield, 432 on the dragster. He rattled the tires pretty hard there first round. Made a good pass on his time run. So he's back now to try to see what he can do here in the re-entry round. He's out. Goes red. Runs a 36 on a 32. Only had a 103 60 foot. Went 006 red. Tyler was 22. 1 over. And he's going to move on to round number 2. Brett Jones going to take on Mike Hoff. Jones 503 on his dragster here. Tower side. Hoff 462 for the Hanover, PA native. Perfect light for Brett Jones. 17 over for a 17 pack. Mike Hoff with 003 red to go 17 over. Hoff be done. Jones going to move to second round. Will Winthrop. David Tucker. Tucker, he said, I don't know what I was thinking that first round. Missed the tree completely. He's back up here. He wants to be in it to win it. 487 to dial. Winthrop into Malibu. 637 on the window. Trip zip for Will. And goes a 32 on a 37. Tucker turns it red. Goes 1 over. Tucker will be done for the day. Winthrop, he's going to move on. Round number 2. Alan Clayville up against Josh Phelps. Clayville, he's been running here many a years. Behind the wheel with him and Billy Groten got the Blazer there. 662 to dial. Phelps 590 on his Camaro. Josh Phelps turns it 001 red. Give the win to Clayville. He was 18, goes down there to run 12 under. As Josh just lifted. So close, but yet so far. Brandon Layfield going to take on Mark Kelly. Kelly, 721 on the Camaro. Layfield in the pick-em-up truck. 642 to dial. And Kevin Mendenhall, you are on the wait and see buy for the buyback re-entry round, if there is one. So Kevin Mendenhall, you are the buy if there is one in the re-entry. Kelly could be in trouble on this. Late field 30 at the hit. Yep, he'll go down there and park it. Runs a 46 on a 42. And a little cleanup going there. Kelly, he was dead 6 on that run, but 83 on the hit. Wasn't going to get it done here in the re-entry round. Brian Bogle going to take on Paul Riddle. Here comes the dragster on top end. Give it to him. Dead 3, 11 on the tree for a 14 pack. As Bogle was dead 5, 26. So Riddle going to move on to round 2. I need my bottom ball drivers lanes 1 and 2 to load them up. Bottom ball 1 and 2 load them up. Junior dragster re-entry. Let's go to lanes 3 and 4. Junior dragster re-entry, lanes 3 or 4. Start making your way there now. So junior dragsters, lanes 3 or 4 for your re-entry round. Dave Foxwell, 405 to dial. Andy Blank, 479. Foxwell, 417. He was a 94. He was way behind. As Blank, 33 on the hit, goes dead 8. Picks up the win. Bo Andrews coming up next against Greg King. King, 629 on the Camaro. Bo Andrews, 555 on the dragster. Got the triple nickel dial on the Ford. So King, I don't think he had it in low gear. The car started to roll. Bo Andrews goes out there 13 and goes dead 5. That's taking a chance. But, hey, it was a good one. He rolled the dice. Going to move him into the second round. Terrell Sinkler coming up against Mac Darty. Big Mac attack. 524 here, tower side. Terrell, 474. Double 09 211. Anybody's race. Here we go. Top end. Give it to Terrell as Mac gets there by 24 to run out by 7th thou. Ouch. Could have took 15 or less, but Mac going to be done. I don't know if he's double entered or not. Not sure. Sinkler going to move on to round 2. Here we go. Bigfoot. Josh Nichols. Bigfoot picking up the win light. He's 18 over as Matt gets down there, runs out by 11, taking 10-4. Difference in the tree. Wasn't going to be able to sneak in that gap that Bigfoot left for him. Bigfoot left him about the same gap as his shoe size. That's why I would call him Bigfoot. Zachary Shirky coming up. Robbie Hamilton. Shirky 24, Robbie Hamilton, perfect. Goes down there to give it back. Wow. As Hamilton trip zip and gives it back by 18 10,000ths. Oops. That's what you call a oops. Steve Ryan up here on the bye. So Steve Ryan, 10 on the hit, dials a 74, goes a 73 with a 6, so he's got that thing dialed in. He'll be moving on to round number 2. Coming out next are bottom bulb racers. They'll be coming out next. Junior dragsters should be headed to the lanes. Junior dragsters headed to the lanes. Vic Gordy has the ladder. So Vic Gordy has the ladder. As we'll get prepared for your re-entry round here for our junior dragsters. Buddy Layfield coming up next, getting himself pumped up in the truck. You can see him jerking back and forth. Yeah, he's getting pumped. He said, I want some of this Nova. Mike Dugan says, all right, let me pull up here. See how much you want of it. Dugan, $5.85 the dial. Layfield 677. Dugan 48. Layfield, Big Dicky might be in trouble. Yep, he gets there to break out by 20, but only taking 004 at the stripe. Dugan goes down there to run dead 8, 48 on the hit, picking up the win light. Buddy, he's going to have to dive into the cooler with the Mick Ultras. William Hines up here in the big body Ford pickup. 619, taking on Jacob Bowie in the big body Blazer. 607 to dial. So about a tenth separates them. This would be a good wheelie picture. Yeah, I like that, what Mike said. It's a wheelie good picture. Not Willie like Jeff. Yep, here we go. Uh-oh, Hines could be in trouble. The kid's got 400 on him. Give the win to the Blazer. Can't give Jacob that much. That kid's been racing way too long. Hines, he runs out getting there, but win light margin of victory going to Jacob Bowie. He'll move the Blazer to round number next. Here we go. Joe Dietrich. Dow 622. David Harris 653. Joe came in the tower to get his re-entry paid. Greg King said, I already got it covered, buddy. Appreciate what you did with Michael Jefferson there. Gave the man time. That's good sportsmanship. Let me pay you back for it. Joe, 16 on the hit. The Chevelle could be in some trouble. And he is. Joe didn't give it back this time. 625 on a 622. Harris was a 54 on a 53, but big light advantage there at the start. Bruce Wilson going to take on Amy Thomas. Amy in the Cougar. You don't see too many of them Cougars. Those 68 Cougar, they didn't make them many years. I know, I think I said yesterday, a friend of my dad's, Doug Powell, he had one of them as a race car for years. Light advantage going to go to Wilson. On the big end, who's it going to be? Give it to Wilson. He's 3 over. With a 3, 43 on the hit, as Thomas was 50, but goes down there to run out by almost 5. Kevin Mendenhall coming up next. Mendenhall with some rounds in both classes yesterday. 605 to dial. You'll see anything from a 595 to a 608 on Mendenhall. I think what he does, he has this little spin wheel in the car, and it clicks, you know, like Price is Right. Yeah, and it clicks on a dial in. He just throws her on there. 29 on the tree. Dial 605. Lift. Nope, doesn't lift. Goes 594. And that will end our re-entry round for our bottom bulb. Junior dragsters, you should be seated up and ready. So, Junior, your re-entry round should be ready to go. So, Hazard Auto Parts Junior Dragster re-entry round coming out now. And with that, let me go ahead and call round 2 of Top Bulb. Fishbowl Top Bulb, round number 2. Christian Walston behind the tower. You on the wait and see by. And we need all the dragsters and door cars, winners from first round and winners from the re-entry. Make your way to lanes 1 or 2, please. 1 or 2, 4, top bulb. Winners, 1 or 2. So here we go, re-entry round. Gianna Troy going to take on Shane Daly. Both of these drivers trying to work their way back into the race. Troy with that trick paint job on that car. I believe that's a Mike Boss car. Daly in the half scale. Out of Bowie, Maryland. He's dialed 790. Troy going to lead first with that 829 dial. Troy 007 on the tree as Shane turns it red 25. As Troy, 833 on a 29. She was 007 at the hit, so drilled in on the light that time. Reagan Ketterman going to take on Cooper Hudson. Reagan, 896 a dial, 790 here for Hudson. And, folks, if you're leaving us, be safe traveling home. Thanks for coming out, supporting the Hillbilly Bracket Bash. Hope to see you around sometime the rest of the year here in 2025. Don't forget, get your event T-shirt before you leave. You hillbilly, you can't be a hillbilly if you don't have a hillbilly T-shirt. Ketterman turns it big time red there. Give the win to Cooper Hudson. 29 on the hit, dial 790, goes 790 with a 1. As that Hudson family, they used to be tough years ago with Pop and son that's walking down the water box. Now they got the third generation here, and they've got that thing dialed in. Coming up next, Austin Willis going to take on Darian Hill. Willis out of Harrington. 790 to dial for him. Hill, 790 on his 2002 half scale. So heads up, going to know when we leave the starting line. Hill with the light advantage. Probably going to hear a little wop-wop here in a minute. He goes 91 on a 90 as Austin broke out by 17 but was a little bit later leaving the line. Madison Gordy going to take on William Gimby. Gimby 777 here tower side. Madison 790 over there in the left-hand lane. Madison turns it big time red. As William turned it red behind her. He runs out by 3. Madison out by 5. Liliana Hazard going to come up against Ella Ketterman. The other half of that Ketter girl racing is Liliana going to try to pick up a win late here. Ketterman going to try to put a stop to it. Hazard could be in trouble. Ella's got a lot to work with. Got to play the finish line right. She does. 8:01 on 797. As Liliana a little bit off the pace there. As Ketterman's going to work her way back into round 2. Noah James coming up against Nazir Wallace. Wallace, dial 790. Matching the dial in of Noah James, 790 as well. $10 for Wallace, 63 for James. Noah got some work to do on top end. Now, both of them, 3 over. Zach Shirky getting ready to pull in against Trip Poor to third. Trip 1290 to dial, 790 for Shirky. 5-second head start here. Going to go to the left lane. Give the win to Shirky. He's 41 on the hit, goes to 95 on a 90. As Trip, a little bit late leaving there. So Shane Connor going to pick up the bye here. Finish out our junior round of re-entry. $83 on the hit. Goes $791 with a 2. All right, just talking with
YEE-HAW!
And listen up, drivers. If you lose this round, don't forget we still have a re-entry round coming up after round number 2. So you still have a chance to be in it to win it. So if you lose this round in top bulb, come back to the second floor of the tower. Get you another shot at the top prize here today. That goes for top bulb, bottom bulb, and juniors. So re-entry here for second round. And looks like track prep get almost ready to be completed. So we will tell drivers in 1 and 2, go ahead and load them up. Drivers in 1 and 2, load them up. Let's get ready for round number 2. Oh, the fishbowl top ball here at the Hillbilly Bracket Bash. Once again, drivers, if you lose this round, you can come back up. Hey, what's up, Joe Dietrich? MJ Brothers 660 Shootout Racing. They got one coming up in June, don't you? Maple Grove. So, always support those guys when we can because they're always down here supporting us. We appreciate it. Like we said, if you lose this round, you can take another shot at the re-entry round to get into third. As we are about ready to go, tractors backing in. Drivers suiting up. As round 2 about to start here for the 3rd annual Hillbilly Bracket Bash, presented by Schaefer Racing Oil and sponsored by Blittersdorf Automotive. Here we go, coming around the corner. Looks like Larry McCowan Jr. going to take on Kevin Mendenhall. So McGowan, 467 on the dial. Mendenhall goes to a 593. Here we go, Mendenhall staged up. He's going to lead first in the Chevy 2. Only 5 pounds separate him at the 3. Here comes the dragster on the top end, but give it to Mendenhall. He's 1 over, taking 7th out the stripe. He's 33 on the hit. Dragster goes a 69 on a 67. So, DiLorenzo, Ron Reese coming up next. Ron rolled through the beams. Give the win to DiLorenzo. And Jerry Birchfield Sr. up next in the Camaro, going to take on Eddie McBride. 507 for Birchfield. 596 for McBride. $19 for Birchfield, $24 for McBride. Give it to Pops. Dead 7, 19 on the hit. As Eddie, dead 9, 24 on the hit. 75, 10,000, separated them. David Pillar are going to take on Vanetta Ennis, 464 here. Right-hand lane, LZ Septic side. Over there in the metal shop side, the big Chevelle dial 647. Vanetta. She's 16 on the tree, 14 over. Taking 13 at the stripe. As the Chevelle, 29 over, 14. Didn't have enough to get in the window. Will Winthrop, 17 on the tree. Trip Cloud, 24. Give it to the Malibu. As the Mustang, dead 9. Malibu, dead 8. Difference was in the tree, a 17 to a 24. Up next, Alexis Truitt going to dial 579 in the Mopar. Brandon Layfield in the S10, 643 on the window. Double 09 for Layfield, 17 for Truitt. Give the win to Truitt. She's dead 2. Brandon, 2 over. He had about 8 thou in his pocket there. Jake Narr coming up next, going to take on Brett Jones. Jones, 503 on the dragster, 622 on the Vega. Jones turns at 6 red, get the win to Narr. He's 11 on the tree, dials a 22, goes a 23 with a 6. As let me go ahead and have bottom bulb, round number 2, bottom bulb, lanes 3 and 4. David Hornsby behind the tower. You want to wait and see by. David Hornsby behind the tower for a wait and see by for our Beach Custom Services. Bottom bulb, lanes 3 and 4. Start making your way to the lanes. Steve Ryan going to come up against Bill Foster. Foster in the chop top. 55 Chevy. 596. As Steve Ryan come up here today. Dials in 473. Going to take a shot. That's $7,500 here. Up for grabs. Foster with the better light. 13 in the. Yep, give it to him. Foster. 23 dead 5. As Ryan was 36 dead 5, but couldn't get it done. Foster going to move on to round 3. Ryan, he can buy back. Try to get another shot. He's got one more chance to get in it, to win it. Skylar Stump coming up next against Paul Riddle. Skylar out of Mechanicsville, PA. Triple nickel on the dial-in board for her. Paul Riddle, 496 on the dragster. $31 for Stump, 19 for Riddle. Give the win to Riddle. 1 over with an 8. Stump was 2 over. As Riddle had the better reaction time, moving the dragster on. Stump, she can still get back in if she wants to re-enter here round 2. Brandon Ennis going to take on Rob Weltner. Ennis dialed a 488. Weltner, 616. .007 for Ennis. Weltner might be in trouble with the 32, but no. Ennis might have gave that back there as Weltner goes a 17 on a 16. As Brandon, 494 on a 88. Schoolfield, Hoff. Schoolfield 31 on the tree. Hoff 21. Give the win to Hoff. The Vega picks up the win. Sees a 57 on a 53. As that wind change has slowed some of these guys up on the dial in. As we can tell it, as that's a bad crosswind going across the track right now. About 20 mile an hour gust. And definitely messing with the dial-ins. Dennis Long coming up next. Going to take on Brian Bogle. Bogle in the Colorado, 668. Long here, Tower Side in the long and skinny, 487 out of Chesapeake City, Maryland. Brian Bogle, 001 red. Give the win to Dennis Long. He's 12 on the tree. He goes to 88 on a 87. Bogle was dead on with a 7. Okay. Robbie Hamilton, David Tyler. Tyler, 558 on the Nova. Robbie, he's bumped it up to a 475. Been on a 474 for the last 2 days. But I tell you, the wind, now you look at the wind, and it's a tailwind. Just 2 minutes ago, we had a dead cross. Crazy how the wind is switching around here today. Now it looks like a cross down there at the 8th mile. As Tyler bumping in. He's set. Here comes Hamilton. Pair of 004s. Anybody's race at the straight. Give it to the dragster. As Tyler. Both of them over by 3. No, excuse me. Tyler was over by 5. Robbie over by 3. And give the win to Hamilton. He'll move on in the dragster. Darren Roten and Josh Nichols coming up next. Nichols, 776 on the Ford Granada. 575 on the Chevelle. Nichols turns it 006 red. Give the win to Roten. He's 74 on a 75. Josh dead 2. 006 red. Bo Andrews coming up next out of Bo Daddy's Diesel sponsored dragster, Salisbury, Maryland. Triple Nichols on the dial-in board. Taking on Brian Morris. Morris is always, he's tough in that Mustang. When he comes over here, usually goes some rounds out of Linthicum, Maryland. 626 on the side of that car. Morrison 003, Andrews 38. Andrews breaks out getting there as he goes up 49 on a 55. Like I said, them wind gusts and everything, it is crazy how it's affecting the cars. I need my bottom bulb, second round. Lanes 3 or 4, bottom bulb, second round 3 or 4. David Hornsby behind the tower. Junior dragsters, you were on wait and see. Excuse me, Hornsby, you're on a wait and see buy. Junior dragsters, you were on standby. Sorry, folks, it's been a long couple days here. Here we go. Andy Blank going to take on Alex Bradford. Bradford, 484. Blank, 479. Don't forget, you lose this round, got a re-entry, got chance. Got to be in it to win it. Come up here, second floor of the tower. Get you back in for another shot. Blank Devil 04. Red. To go 80 on a 79. Give Bradford the win, 86 on an 84. So, Bobby Weltner going to come up against Johnny Ennis. Weltner 615 on the Firebird. Ennis 462 on the Dragster. Yeah, drivers, keep an eye on those winds as they are switching around back and forth. Ennis 20, Weltner 35. Give the win to Ennis. He's 1 over, 20 on the tree, taking 16 at the stripe. Bobby was 1 over, but 35 on the hit. Is not going to let him advance, but he can come to the second floor and get another chance at it. Zach Shirky coming up next, going to take on Mike Sparacino. Sparacino 558, 492 for the 4-powered dragster here, tower side. Red for Shirky. Sparacino, trip zip, goes down there to be 1 over. So Sparacino, 13 pack. As Zach would have had to been up on the wheel. He was 16 red, but Sparacino there, like I said, trip zip, 1 over with a 3. So, Mike Nahill going to take on Ricky Payne. Snap. Here, tower side out of Adco in the 2015 American Dragsters, 474. Taking on that beautiful 63 split window coupe Corvette. Gene Maggio's wheeled by Ricky Payne. Payne with the light advantage. Payne with the wind light. Snap. Runs out by 5 foul. Ricky 14 over with a 29 on the tree. As Nick McGowan 463 to dial. Bill Groton 606 on the Pontiac GTO. Nick missed it. Groton with the light advantage. Give it to Groton. Groton's 3 over. Nick's 1 over, but Nick missed it on the tree. Cody Mariner over there in the left-hand lane. Sponsored by the Metal Shop. Going to take on Vance Owens. Or Vance Owens. Oh, my gosh. How did I say that? Vance Usselton. Vance Owen, he used to race here. But Vance Usselton going to take on Cody Mariner. A couple young guns here. Cody 446 on his dragster, 651 on the Blazer. Vance with a light advantage. Here comes that hard charging dragster on top end. Can't get it done. They're both one over. The difference at the finish line was a 15 for Usselton, 28 for Mariner. So give Usselton the win. He'll move on. Round 3, Cody going to have to come up here to the second floor. Terrell Sinkler up next. Going to take on Dalton Weltner. Terrell, 473 on the dragster, 606 on the pickup. Round two, junior dragsters to the stage lanes, please. Round 2, junior dragsters. We'll take it to lanes 3 and 4. Junior dragsters. Round number 2, lanes 3 or 4, please. You'll be behind the bottom ballers in 3 and 4, so junior dragsters start making way up. They got the ladder down there, and Vic will be helping pairing you up. Brandon Layfield, Mike DiLorenzo up next. Layfield here, tower side. Dials are up to a 647. DiLorenzo, 572. Mike DiLorenzo, 13 red as Layfield. 005 goes down there to run what he had to dial in on the last round. So he'll move on. DiLorenzo going to have to come see Miss Denise on the second floor. And Christian Walston going to pick up the bye here. Round number 2 of our top bulb. So that means bottom bulb racers, you should be in the cars, ready to go. Bottom bulb. We'll call junior second round. Back of lanes 3 or 4. So junior dragsters, back of lanes 3 and 4 for your parents. Don't forget, round 2 re-entry. Don't forget, up here, second floor of the tower. That'll get you in for another shot. So.
Yee-haw!
Taking on Tim Foskey. Local boy out of Rosedale, Maryland. 629 on the Chevelle. 721 on the Camaro. Both of them red. Kelly goes 10 red first. Foskey 17 right behind him. As Kelly was dead 4. Foskey run out by 1 thou. That would have been a good race if those both of them had turned to green. But give the win to Foskey. Kelly going to have to come up here and see us again, second floor. Here we go. Ben Garnett going to take on Mike Dugan. Dugan's got that Nova. Down in 585. And that Black Magic Mustang GT 350. Old Smokey's got 565 on the window. Smokey behind at the start. Give the win to the Nova. As Smokey goes down there to run dead 6, but he was 33 behind at the hit. As Dugan, 20 on the tree, 23 over, picking up the win late. Next up, Robin Lewis and Vincent Wade. Wade's got some work to do. Robin got him by 200s at the start. Give it to the El Camino. 14 to go down there to go 22 above. Nicholas Bowie, Kevin Mendenhall. Mendenhall, 8 thou behind, but on a double breakout, give it to him. He's 7 thou under, 31 on the hit, 9 thou under, and 23 on the tree was Bowie. Margin of victory, 29 10,000ths of a second at the stripe. Here we go, Chris Connor taking on Montrell Johnson. A little 2-wheel, 4-wheel action. Montrell, 533 on the bike, 560 for the Vega of Connor. Connor back on the roll now. 003 on the tree. 1 over. 13 pack as Montrell was 39. Might have go down there to drop him. He was 2 over. But Chris Connor got his groove back on. 003. 1 over. And it looks like got a little cleanup going on over there in the left lane. Michael Jefferson going to take on Bruce Wilson. Wilson, 656 on the Buick, taking on Jefferson, 611 on the Nova. That's last night's winner right there. He's on a roll. He's lucky right now. He's the 1,000 separated. Give the win to Jefferson. Wilson 3 over, Jefferson 1 over. As Jana Emily, she picked up the Dash for Cash win here in Bottom Ball. She's going to take on Jacob Bowie. Pick up 612. 607 for Bowie. Only 3 fouls separate them at the start, at the finish line. Give it to the Blazer. As he's 14 on a 12. She's a 9 on a 7. 54 to a 51. Only 3 fouls separate them. 48 10 foul at the strike. Joe Dietrich up now against Crystal Hudson. Dietrich in the Vega. 622 on the window. As Crystal Hudson, 603 on the S10. Look at the flames on that thing, man. Flames all down the side of it. She's hot. She's on fire. She wants some of this Vega. So here we go. Both of them bumping in. Crystal Hudson could be in trouble. Dietrich, you can't give him 600s to play with on top end. You just can't do it. Crystal goes down there to run dead 6, and Joe tightened it up some, going 4 over. But he was 21 to Crystal's 85. That made a big difference. So here we go. David Hornsby would have had to buy, but an even number of cars, so he is now paired up against Travis LaRoque. Junior Dragsters, you should be suiting up. Junior Dragsters, suiting up. Let me have my top re-entry round. Top re-entry round. For second round, lane 1 or 2. Top re-entry. Second round, lanes 1 or 2. Travis turns it red. Give the win to Hornsby. And that will end our bottom bulb here. Hornsby going to move on. Travis going to have to look at the second floor of the tower here. Junior Dragsters, you should be fired up. Junior Dragsters, ready to roll. I need my second round re-entry for top, lanes 1 or 2. Second round re-entry, top, lanes 1 or 2.
YEE-HAW!
And got a little cleanup going on here as track crew found some fluid, so they're going to get that cleaned up before we send our junior dragsters out. So don't forget now, re-entry. Here's second floor of the tower. Get you in for second round. If you win that, you move into third round. Had a chance for the big check at the end of the day. Junior dragsters, you should be in lanes 3 or 4, and we have called top, second round re-entry. Those drivers, make your way to lanes 1 or 2, please. Top, 1 or 2. And while it's quiet, I want to put a big shout out to our track crew. It was a lot of hours here, and they do a tremendous job. Thankless at times as Mother Nature and everybody else tries to deter us from racing sometimes, but we've this crew here, we've stuck through it, got through the weekend. But just need to put a big shout out to them, thank them for all they do, from our EMTs, the starting line, to Glenn down there in the ticket shack. I was talking about you, Taco. I'll give you credit. Taco looking up here. But stage lane, everybody here in the tower, the girls, they do a tremendous job. So appreciate all of them. As once we get Taco, you're too much, Bo. You're too much. So, junior dragsters coming out now. All right, last call for top re-entry. Last call, top re-entry. Need you up here in the tower now if you're going to be buying back. Come up and see Miss Denise. We'll pull the, as we'll be pulling the buy for a re-entry round. We've called them to the lanes. Coming out now, round 2 of our junior dragsters. So here we go with Second round, junior dragsters. First pair out, Lucas Gordy going to take on Brandon Jenkins. Jenkins out of Mechanicsville, 809 over there on the spectator side. Here tower side, Lucas Gordy, 796 on the 23 half scale. Jenkins turns it 14 red. Lucas was right behind him, 10 red. But he'll get the win going to 97 on a 96. Tebow taking on Malia Curtis, but Malia turns it red. Boy, Lena got a break there. Curtis out, but she can buy back. Re-entry up here, second floor. Up next, Gavin Kramer, Levi Narr. Kramer on the tree, dial 793. Goes dead 4-6 on the tree, 10-pack. As Levi was 23, goes down there to run 11 under. But I tell you what, that Gavin Kramer, that kid is on a roll this weekend. Shane Connor going to take on Nazir Wallace. Nazir bumping in. Almost a heads-up run here. You got 790 till 793. Shane Connor with the light advantage. And he does it. 96 on a 93. As Wallace was dead on, but he was late. Yes. As Connor had about 600 to work with. And he was 42 on the tree. Blake Lacates Truitt taking on Mason Blumenauer, sorry. 58 for him, 85 for Lacates. Give the win light to Mason. He's dead 3. As Blake, a little too quick, but difference in the reaction time. Wasn't giving Blake a whole lot to get in there, so. Laney Thomas going to take on Garrett Kramer. The other half of that Kramer racing. 890 for Kramer. 790 for Thomas. Light advantage to Kramer. Win light on a double breakout. Give it to Kramer. 13th thou under. Going to 88 with a 7 on a 90. As Thomas was 52 under. Up next, Ella Ketterman taking on Zach Shirky. Ella 799, Shirky 790. Light advantage to Ketterman. Win light to Ketterman. She's dead 1, 44 on the hit. As Shirky dead 7, but 85 on the let go. Give Ella Ketterman the win. She'll move on to round number next. Cooper Hudson coming up against Darian Hill. Darian 790, Cooper 790. All heads up run from the starting line to the 8th mile. Light advantage to Hill. He's 005, but Cooper's 29. Down on the big end. Give it to Hill. He's 93 on a 90. Cooper was close to the dial in, but 2,400 separated him at the tree, made a difference at the finish. Up next, Bentley Hauser and Sassy Cassie. She is 917 the dial over there in the left lane. Hazard 897 here, tower side. So Sassy Cassie with the light advantage. Hazard's got some work to do, come to the finish line, and Cassie runs out. A 911 on a 17. Hazard, 1 over, he was good. Lights were 13 to a 40. So not what Cassie was hoping for. Gianna Troy going to take on William Gimby. 776, 829 for Troy. Wow, both drivers tardy at the starting line. Give the win to William. He's an 80 on a 76. Troy, she's a 31 on a 29. So Sophia Curtis going to take on Braden Hazard. Hazard dials 753, 790 for Curtis. Out of Gambles, Maryland, taking on the Millsboro, Delaware native. Hazard about 3 better at the start. Can Curtis hold him off on the big end? Can't do it. Hazard, he's there. Both of them 3 over, but there was also 3 different in the tree. So Hazard going to move on. Sophia, she may have come see Miss Denise in second floor of the tower. Bella Troy going to take on Braxton Hazard. Almost a heads-up dial, 791 for the left lane, 790 for the right. Both drivers staged up. Here we go. Only 2 thou separate them. Off the start. Here we go. Big end, 8th mile. Give it to Troy. She's a 795 on a 791. Hazard was a 797 on a 90. Like I said, only 2 thou separated them. A 61 to a 63.
Yee-haw!
We'll get ready to send our top bulb out. We have called bottom bulb to the lanes. 3 or 4. So in the re-entry in top, it will be Brandon Layfield. In the bottom bulb, it will be Nicholas Bowie. Nicholas Bowie will be on the wait and see buy, as if there is one, and Brandon Layfield will be on the wait and see buy in top bulb if there is one. Hey, we're going to find a top up here, and the drivers in 1 and 2, go ahead and shoot them up. You ready? 1 and 2. 4, top bulb, the re-entry. Oh, re-entry, load them up. Oh, mic check, test 1, 2, mic check, test 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check, test 1, 2. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check. Test 1, 2. All right. All righty. Here we go. For our top bulb re-entry. Top bulb re-entry rolling out. So bottom bulb, lanes 3 or 4 for your re-entry. Bottom bulb, 3 or 4 for your re-entry. Nicholas Bowie, you are on the buy if there is one. As Brandon Layfield, you're on the buy if there is one here for our top bulb. Nick McGowan coming up against Mike Nahill. These drivers are trying to get back in for a shot at that 7,500. So here we go. Re-entry round. McGowan, 467. Snap, 473. One of these are moving on. One of them's moving to the cooler. .009 to 21. Nahill's got some work to do. Nahill breaks it out by 5 foul, taking 3 foul to straight. No, actually, that was 15. Sorry about that. McCowan, dead 0, 009. 9-pack, thanks for playing, Nahill. As McCowan will move on to round number 3. Steve Ryan, back up here, going to take on Brian Bogle. Two good racers here. They've raced each other a few times up and down the Mid-Atlantic region. Bogle in the Colorado, 668. Ryan here in the dragster, 473. Ryan 005, 13 for Bogle. Here comes the dragster, charging on the big end. Give it to the dragster. 75 on a 73. Both of them 2 over, straight, 9 thous. 91 10 thou, sorry. As a 005 for Ryan, 13 for Bogle. Here we go, Trip Cloud. Going to take on Ron Reese. 612 on Reese, 607 on Cloud. Something happened again to Ron Reese. Cloud's 006 goes to 17 on a 7. He'll move on to round 3. Ron Reese, that's happened 2 rounds in a row. It's like the car just does not move. Something with the trans brake. Next up, Josh Nichols. Probably the slowest car on property, going to take on one of the fastest cars on property. Listen to this, folks. 446 for Cody Mariner. 775 for Josh Nichols. Cody, 3-second spot. He's got time for one of those, what do they call it, crustable PB&Js. He could eat that, let Josh leave, slap the shield down, and take off after him. So here we go. Mariner and Nichols. 006 for Nichols, 22 for Mariner. Dragster coming, give it to him. Josh breaks out. He had the tree covered as Mariner 1 over with a 1, 22 on the hit. As Nichols was 006, but go down there to run out by 16, taking 43 at the stripe. That's easy to sit up here and say, yeah, he should have, got on the brakes. But when the man's coming by you at almost 70 mile an hour, that's a little different story. But here we go. W.R. Ketterman, Bobby Weltner. Weltner, 615. Ketterman, 455. Once again, bottom ball, 3 and 4 for your re-entry. Bottom ball, 3 and 4 for your re-entry. Final call, final call. Don't forget, come up and get your event t-shirts before you leave and go home. As Kettleman 004. As Weltner was 24. Goes down there to run one over. He'll move on to round 3. WR, he'll move on to Keystone Lights. Dalton Weltner and Andy Blank. Here we go. Weltner in the pickup. 608 to dial, 479 for Blank. And going to pause here as we got some trash. As we got some trash on the track. Going to go pick it up. Yeah, folks, with the wind today, if you could help us, if you got any trash, just try to make sure we get it in the barrels. As those winds have been going anywhere from 15 to 25 miles an hour. Junior Dragster re-entry. Junior Dragster re-entry. Back of lanes 3 or 4, please. Junior Dragster re-entry. Round 2. Back of lanes 3 or 4 for your pairings. Once again, Junior Dragsters. Back of lanes 3 or 4 for your pairing. All right, Andy Blank picked up the win on that last run. Looks like Dalton Weltner might have gave that finish line back. Larry McGowan coming up now against Brandon Layfield. These are the final. This is the final of your re-entry. So bottom bulb, you should be loaded up. Bottom bulb loaded up. Junior Dragsters should be making your way to lanes 3 or 4. Junior Dragsters 3 or 4 for your round 2 re-entry. So one of these two drivers going to make it to third round. The other one, well, they're going to make it to the tie downs. That's in the trailer. When they strap her up. Oh, see here, I go talking about that. Dawn wants to get all professional and corrected on me. They're both doubled. I done messed up. But we got a drag race, folks. 13 to a 16. Give it to the dragster. As Layfield was 16, McGowan 13. McGowan goes down there to go 29 over. As 33 over was Layfield. 0073 margin of victory. So bottom ball should be loaded up. Junior Dragsters should be coming up. So, bottom ball coming out now. Bottom ball coming out. And Nick Bowie, he is on the buy. Wait and see buy. Mark Kelly going to take on Vincent Wade. Wade in the Mach 1. Over there in the metal shop lane, 605. Camara here in the LZ lane, 721. Vincent Wade is in control. Mustang already caught the Camara. Nose drops down. Yep, to go dead 5. He's 006 11 pack. As Kelly, dead 7, but 62 on the hit. Gave Vincent Wade a whole lot of room to sneak in there with that Mustang. Up next, Jenna Emily. And Ben Garnett, Emily, 615 on the truck. 565 on the Mustang here. Tower side. Don't forget, last chance, last chance. You got to get your re-entry up here. Ben's got some work to do. Jana 30 on the tree. One over with an 8. As she was 48 total. Ben was 63 on the hit. Mathematically ineligible. Montrell Johnson coming up. Still keeping the two-wheelers in the house. Going to take on Nicholas Bowie. Bowie in the S10. 629 to dial. 535 for the bike. Bowie, he's in control here. Can he hold off the hard charging bike of Johnson? No. As Bowie, I'm not sure if he gave that back. He was 17 to Montrell's 45. He goes down there to go 632 with a 6. Montrell, 535 on a 535. All right, hold him up, hold him up. Okay, juniors, go ahead and fire them up as we are clear. As we had to go down there, like I said, we got trash blowing around here, folks, so just make sure you pick it all up and put it in the baskets for us, as this wind is really wicked. Like right now, it looks like it's a dead tail. Next minute you look, it's a 20-mile-an-hour side wind, so Mother Nature trying to play tricks with us here today. But it's all good. We're moving through here, going to run our junior re-entry round, and then we'll be down to third round. And from there on out, it's 2 down, 1 back. So junior dragsters, go ahead and fire them up. So here we go with our re-entry round for Hazard Auto Parts Junior Dragsters here for the Hillbilly Bracket Bash. Nazir Wallace going to take on Braxton Hazard. Wallace 790, Braxton 793, almost a heads-up run. Like we said, once we get through this re-entry, everything from here on out now will be 2 down, 1 back. Okay, call going out. Tension in the pits. I need top bulb. Lanes 1 or 2, third round, Mike Sparacino. Mike Sparacino behind the tower. You're on a wait-and-see bye. We need everyone else. Winners from second round and winners from the re-entry. Need you to lanes 1 or 2 for third round of Top Ball. Start making your way to the staging lanes now. So Wallace going to pick up the win. He was 53 to Hazard's 86. And making it 8th out at the margin of victory. Margin of victory at the finish line was 8th out. Cooper Hudson going to take on Gianna Troy. Troy 829. Cooper 790. Perfect light for Troy in the left lane. Perfect light. And goes 38. All right, here we go. Sorry. Good. Round three of our fishbowl top bulb. Getting ready to roll out. Let me go ahead and have Chris Connor. Chris Connor behind the tower. And we'll take Mod, round three. That Beach Custom Services. Bottom bulb, Mod. Lanes 3 or 4, please. And Taco says, here we go, top. Coming out now. Round three. So here we go. Kevin Mendenhall going to take on Bill Groton. Mendenhall dials 595, Groton 607. Mendenhall, out of that B&M Performance, he's the leader, the captain of the PA posse. So he's dialed 595, going to take on a retired state trooper. In the GTO here, Bill Groton. $52 to a 62. And give it to Groton. Groton 62 dead 8 as Mendenhall 52 runs a 6 flat. Here we go. Vanetta Ennis going to take on Bill Foster. Foster in the 55. 597. 464. Double 08 for Ennis. 15 for Foster. Give the win to Ennis. Foster runs out as Vanetta. 008 goes a 66 on a 64. Foster got there by 31 to run out by 21. Excuse me. Yeah. Excuse me, by 11. So could have took 20 or less. Vanetta Ennis going to move on. Jake Narr, 623, 467 for Larry McGowan. $43 for McGowan, 41 for Narr. Anybody's race. Give it to the dragster. He's dead 5. As Vega, 14 over. Margin of victory, 73 10th at the strike. Rob Weltner Jr., 617 on the Mustang. Alexis Truitt, 578 on the Mopar. So I need my bottom ball cars 3 and 4. Bottom ball cars 3 and 4. Chris Connor behind the tower. Chris Connor behind the tower. Bottom ball 3 and 4. Weltner 005. Truitt 6. Give the win to Truitt as Weltner runs out by 1 thou. Taking a straight by 9 thou. Would have had to really tighten that up, but she's dead 7, 13 pack. Next up, Brian Morrison going to take on Jared Birchfield Sr. Senior. Got that Camaro running 507 the dial. Morrison, he'd been tagging the tree. This should be a good run right here. Pop's been doing pretty good. And 002 red for Birchfield. He goes a 509 on an 07. Morrison, 29 on a 29. He was 17 at the hit. So coming up next, Trip Cloud going to take on Will Winthrop. Winthrop here, the Malibu 635 here tower side, 608 on Cloud in the Mustang. .007 to a 002. Anybody's race at the stripe. Give it to the Mustang. Dead 1, 007, 8-pack. As Will, 4 over. 002 on the hit. Cloud going to move on. Mike DiLorenzo, 573 over there on the Batmobile, going to take on Dennis Long. Dennis Long already picked up $270 today in the Dash for Cash. So started his day off pretty good. DiLorenzo, he's going to try to end his day, if he can. As this one here, you move on to round number 4. But Dennis Long, 001, Mike 39, get a win to the Dragster. 001, dead 7, 8-pack. DiLorenzo is dead 9, but 39 on the hit. Dennis Long going to come back, 4th round. Travis LaRoque going to take on Johnny Ennis. LaRoque, 694 on the Mustang. Ennis, 462. $11 for Ennis, $38 for LaRoque. Give the win to Ennis. 64 on a 62. LaRoque, dead 7. But a little bit tardy at the tree. Going to give Ennis the win. Paul Riddle going to take on Darren Roten. Riddle dials the Dragster 497 out of Millsboro, taking on the East Newmarket, Maryland. Hot Rod of Roten dialed 574. Junior Dragsters, round 3. Need you to the back of lanes 3 and 4. Junior Dragsters, back of lanes 3 and 4. Darren Roten turns it 008 red. Riddle 16. And Roten 76 on a 74. Paul 96 on a 97. Just 3 foul under the dial. Next up, Steve Ryan. Ryan 574. Yateman, 718. Once again, we've called Junior Dragsters. Junior Dragsters, 3rd round. To the back of lanes 3 or 4, please. $25 for Ryan, $29 for Yateman. Here comes the Dragster on a breakout, taking 19, running out by 7th foul. Yateman, dead 8, 29 on the tree, going to move the Beretta on to round number 4. Robbie Hamilton, Jason Hoff. These two have met up before a few times. Hamilton, the fabricator out of Autofab Race Cars. 475 on the dial-in. Hoff out of Littletown, PA. 556 on the Vega. Both drivers bumping them in so carefully. Now they're locked in. Robbie missed it. Hoff, 007. The dragster could be in trouble. Double breakout, give it to Hoff. He's 15 under. Robbie goes down there to be 29 under. As Robbie was 41 on the let go. 007 for Jason. He'll move on to round 4. Andrew Blank going to take on Bobby Weltner. Weltner in the Firebird, 616, 479 for Blank. Weltner, new married man out of Marydale, Maryland. 616. Blank out of Girdle Tree, Maryland. 479. $25 for Blank, $38 for Weltner. Here comes the dragster on the big end. Double breakout, give it to Weltner. He's 1 foul under. Blank 100 under. As Blank was 25 on the tree. Weltner 38. As Blank went down there taking 22. Could have took 12 or less. And made a difference in the race. But Weltner going to move on. Round 4. Christian Walston going to take on Nick McGowan. McGowan, 464 on the dragster out of Woodstock, Maryland. The Chincoteague, Virginia native, 489 on his. As we're about to wrap up top ball third round here. Nick could be in trouble. Christian 14. Yep. 1 over with a 1. 24 pack as Nick goes too quick trying to get there. 45 on the hit. Goes down there to run down 5. So Brandon Layfield going to take on Alex Bradford. Bradford, 643 on the pickup. 484 for Bradford here, tower side. Bradford got a runner-up last night as him and Chad Thurman met in the finals. Layfield slowly moving in with the pickup. $22 for Bradford, 17 for Layfield. Give it to Bradford. Dead 2, 22. As Layfield, 45 on a 43. He was 17. Margin of victory, just 1600s. Cody Mariner going to take on Ricky Payne. The young gun in the Pro Charger Power Dragster, 447. As Ricky Payne, 508. On the Corvette, here we go. 12 for Cody, 30 for Ricky. Here comes the dragster. On a breakout, Cody took 45 at the stripe. He's going to be upset with himself. Just misjudged that one. As Cody misjudged that one, runs out by 3 foul. Ricky 2 over. But Cody had him 12 to a 30 on the tree, but just misjudging it down there on top end. Terrell Sinkler going to take on Vance Usselton. Terrell, 473 on the dial. 651 on the Blazer. $18 for Rel, $15 for Usselton. Anybody's race at the stripe, give it to the Blazer. 52 on a 51 is Rel. Goes down to take 16 to run out by 5 foul. Could have tightened it up to 100, but didn't do it. Give the win to the youngster. Mike Sparacino going to get the bye here as he'll move on to round 4. Bottom ball. Lanes 3 and 4 should be loaded up. Junior dragsters, follow them up as you'll be following the bottom ball to junior dragsters. Should be back there getting lined up. 3 and 4, back at 3 and 4. $15 red for Sparacino. He goes 557 on a 57.
YEE-HAW!
Robin Lure is going to take on Mike Dugan here for round number 3 of our bottom ball. Lures turns it red first. Dugan turns it after him. Both of them go down there, go a little bit quick. Dugan going to pick up the win, move on to round 4. Up next, Michael Jefferson. Going to be up against Montrell Johnson. Johnson, he's tough on this two-wheeler now. 534 to dial. As 610 the dial for Jefferson. $26 for Jefferson, $40 for Montrell. Here comes the bike screaming on top end. Give it to the bike. He's dead zero. Jefferson goes a 12 on a 10. Margin of victory 93 10,000ths. I like to know how many of these 00 and a number that we've seen here today been the finish line. Jane Emily going to take on Tim Foskey. Emily, 614 on the pickup, 628 for Foskey in the Chevelle. And the pickup could be in trouble. Foskey 003. Yep. Give it to Foskey. He's 4 over. But he was 003. Jana missed it. 83 on the hit. Go down there to run out. Vincent Wade back over here on the right side now. Going to take on Kevin Mendenhall. Mendenhall in the Chevy 2. Doubled up, running top and bottom ball, all off the bottom. Mendenhall 599, 604 for Vincent Wade. Mendenhall in trouble. Wade give the win to the Mustang. He's 24 to go 17 over, as Mendenhall was 61 at the hit. And again, it was mathematically ineligible. Jacob Bowie going to take on David Hornsby. Hornsby 629, 607 for Jacob. Bowie could be in trouble. And he is, as Hornsby was 008 on the hit to go 1 over. Jacob was 80 on the let go to go dead 6. Give the win to Hornsby. He'll move on round 4. Joe Dietrich coming up against Chris Connor. Connor was pulled for the bye, but he's got a opponent here, so Joe Dietrich dials to a 623. Connor leaves at 560. Anybody's game. This is PA Posse against PA Posse here. Juniors, you should be loaded up. Juniors loaded up. Be ready. Oh, Joe could be in trouble. Chris done smacked down on him with a 008. Yep, give it to him. Chris, 3 over as Dietrich takes 7th out the straight. They're run out by 11th out, but he was 45 to Chris's 008. Connor, going to move on. So, Junior Dragster is going to be coming out next. Light advantage going to go to Kate's Church. Winlake going to go to Blake. 903 on a 899. As Wallace was a 92 on a 90, but 83 at the start. Bentley Hazard going to take on William Gimby. Gimby dials 776. Hazard 898. Hazard with the light advantage. Gimby could be in trouble here. Give it to Hazard. 19 on the hit to go 2 over with a 1 as Gimby. 2 over with a 4, but was 97 on the reaction time. Okay. So the man that has been hot in this junior dragster division this weekend, Gavin Kramer. 794. Taking on Sassy Cassie. Cassie 907. And Kramer, it comes to an end, 008 wood. Ends his day. Cassie, a 15 on an 07. Okay, first call going out for round 4 of top. Dennis Long behind the tower. You are on the wait and see buy. And we need everyone else. All the winners from round 3 to lanes 1 or 2. Lanes 1 or 2, 4. Fourth round of top ball. So we need all winners from round 3 for top 4th round. Once again, Dennis Long, we'll need you behind the tower for a wait and see buy. Ella Ketterman picked up the win on the last run. Now we got Gianna Troy taking on Levi Narr. Troy 833, Narr 842. Narr with the light advantage. Narr with the win light. 13, 14 over. 27 pack. Troy was 41 at the hit. Goes down there to run dead 4. But a lot of it was right there in the light advantage off the start. Lucas Gordy, Braden Hazard, Hazard 754 here, tower side. Over there in the left lane, Gordy, 797. About 400 for Gordy, 3,600 to be exact. Give it to Hazard, as Gordy only went a 810 on a 797. Hazard a 761 on a 54. Gordy had the light advantage of 39 to a 76, but Hazard going to get the win closer to the dial. Shane Connor coming up next. Lena Tebow, 834 on her ride, 797 on Connor. Tebow with the light advantage, got about 300 in her pocket. Can she hold Connor off? Nope, can't do it. Connor, dead 9, 60 on the tree, as Tebow was almost 9 over. Next up, Bella Troy going to take on Garrett Kramer. Garrett's brother just went red. Gavin went red. So Garrett going to try to carry the flag for the Kramer Racing. He's got a little bit of work to do. Troy's got a little better light off the start. Run it to the big end. Give it to Bella Troy. 94 on a 91. She was 65 on the hit. Garrett was 98 to go 93 with an 8 on a 90. And Darian Hill on the bye. All right, so we're going to work our way into round number 4. As going to do some track prep as we've done for every round. Make sure we give the racers the best surface that they can have. As so this round in top, we got 17 coming back. Bottom bulb, you will be on a ladder. There's 6 of you, down to 6. And like I said, down to 17 on top bulb. So we're getting down now, and the money's starting to get spread around. So once again, we'll take top bulb back to lanes 1 or 2. Dennis Long behind the tower. Like I said, bottom bulb, you will be on a ladder. So we'll be calling you up here in just a few minutes, giving everybody a little bit of cool down time. As working the rounds down here, 4 o'clock. So a couple more hours, we should be giving some awards away, some checks. And call it a day. And with fourth round, we'll start going to round robin. So winners from top this round, you will come back to lane number 1. And so we'll start round robin. Top, bring with you what you're going to need from here on out. When you win, you come back to lane 1. In bottom bulb, you're going to be on the ladder. We're going to put you in 3 and 4. And then the winners will come back to lane 2. So bottom bulb, you can start making your way to lanes 3 or 4. Taco's got the ladder. We'll get you lined up, paired up, and get you started. Top, you'll come back to 9. Then we'll go to a ladder at 5 as we ladder 8 or less. So just to give everybody a heads up of how it'll work out. Also on our ladders, they change each round as we redo the ladder, and it goes by the best reaction time. So the drivers with the best reaction time the round before will get lane choice. So that's how we work the ladders. They do not run themselves out as we print a new ladder every round. And folks, if you are done, you're leaving to go home, please be careful as the winds here are pretty nasty. As we know, towing home with some of these rigs, they can be a handful. So putting the finishing touches now here on the track surface. Appreciate Taco and Jeff and the gang as they've been putting in some work here, trying to make sure that everybody's got a good surface each and every round. I think the ETs have spoke for themselves, other than Mother Nature's gust from 15 to 30. But numbers from what the drivers have been telling us have been pretty consistent. So shout out to our crew for keeping everything up and sharp. So drivers in 1 and 2, drivers in 1 and 2. Load them up. Top coming out now. As we have called bottom ball, bottom ball, bottom ball. We need you to lanes 3 or 4. You are on the ladder. The pairings are Tim Foskey will be against Mike Dugan. Foskey has lane choice. Hornsby against Johnson, Montrell. Hornsby with the lane choice. Chris Connor will face Vincent Wade. Connor with the lane choice. And first pair out, Trip Cloud, Bill Groten. These two people been around the track a while. Cloud leaves the 607 on the Mustang. Groten 607, so heads up. Trip turns a 001 red. Groten was 002 green. Give the win to Groten. So he goes down there to be 5 thou under. As Trip 08 on a 07, but 001 on on the red side is going to end his day here. Vanetta Ennis up next. She's going to be taking on that nice, sharp-looking Vega of Jason Haas. That thing is clean, inside and out. I'll tell you what, that's a nice piece. Vanetta in the dragster. Ennis Racing out of Pocomoke. 464 to dial. Hoff has a 554 on the window of the Vega. Double 03 for Hall. Ennis turns it 20 red. Go down there. She goes to 65 on a 63. As Hoff only 6 down under. Good lap there. 003 goes up 553 with a 4 on a 54. He's going to come back for round number 5. Kristen Boston still going rounds there in the dragster. 489 the dial. Going to take on the young lady's been hot in this Mopar, Alexis Truitt. Behind the wheel of Dad's Mopar. $578 for Truitt, $489 for Walston. Okay, gyros and top bulb. I know you're back there. Pull them up to 1 and 2. Pull the lane you want, 1 and 2. Bottom bulb, when you come back to lane 3, please. But next round, top bulb, you'll come back to lane 1 because you'll be on the ladder then. Right now, we're still down to 9. So go ahead and pull them up in lanes 1 or 2. Pick the lane you want, and we're going to get you a bye. So we're back here on the mic. Fourth round of our final ball. Mike Duke goes red. Give the win to Boss. 20 on the hit. Put on over 17 under. Montrell Johnson going to take on David Hornsby. Hornsby here, tower side in the Nova 628. 533 for Montrell. Hornsby turns it red. 13 red, give the win to Johnson. He's 17. Dials at 533, goes at 534 with a 6. He'll move the bike down 2-3 car, or 3. Yep, around the front. Chris Connor, Vincent Wade. Connor, he's down to quarterfinals. He was in the finals last night. Vincent Wade turns it red. Give the win to Connor. Vincent, 22 red, goes down there to go 11 under. Connor, 15 under. 33 on the hit. He'll move down to the round of 3.
YEE-HAW!
Okay, final call for juniors. Final call for juniors. To the range, please. Final call, juniors, to the range. You're all on the ladder. They got it down there. And we are down to 3 now in our bottom bulb. And with that, Montreal Johnson will have the bye. And Foskey will run Connor. And Foskey has the lane choice. So, by Nar. Nar on the bye. Down to 9 here in the junior dragster, so we'll be down to 5 next round. Quarterfinals coming around. Nar, 78 on the tree. So, Patrick family going to have to go against each other here. We're down to 9. Bentley Hazard, 9 flat. Braden Hazard, 755. Hazard going to pick up the win. As I'm going to say, Braden probably gave that back. Oh, sorry about that. Had to step away from the mic. Bella Troy going to take on Blake Lacates, $8.99. Bella. Blake has the advantage off the starting line and picks up the win late. He's 59 on the hit to go 904 on $8.99. Bella was 107 and 46 over. Up next, Ella Ketterman, Shane Connor. Connor, dial 797, 799 for Ella. Shane's got about 11 at the advantage at the starting line. Give it to him. He goes 798 on a 97. He was 80 on the tree. Ella, 91 on the hit. Run 2 over. 8 over. All right, so we're down to 9 here in top bulb, down to the semis in our bottom bulb, and down to quarterfinals in junior dragster.
Yee-haw!
At you, Christian Walsh in the left lane, 487 a dial, taking on Larry McGowan. McGowan 466 in the right. Getting down to it. 9 left, coming back with 5. Nine cars left. They're both in. 31 to a 44, and at the finish line, it's McGowan. McGowan, 31, dead 8. Taking 13 foul. Walston, 44, dead 8. Larry McGowan coming back down to 5. Cool. They got 4th out to work with. The dragster's got 4th out in his pocket, and he's got a win. On the hit. First one number under, taking 9 fouls, so it was no way he could have won that one. Dennis Long coming back down to 5. $7.18 to dial. Riddle, $4.96 to dial. Yeatman, he's 10 behind.
Dead on.
Yeatman pulls it off. Yeatman's 20 on the go. Riddle, 10 on the go. Riddle rolls down, goes 7 foul, undertaking 22 foul. Riddle need a little bit more brake pedal on that run. Get it win to Donnie Yeatman. Yeatman bringing that Beretta back to 5 cars. All right, in the Thunderbird, it's Mike Sparcino. Sparcino, 5.58 to dial, taking on Brian Morrison. Morrison in the Mustang, 6.28 to dial. Both drivers are in. They got 3 foul to work with. 15 to an 18. Thunderbird charging hard. Winlight Mustang did 0. 18 on the let go. Brian Morrison coming back down to 5. Sparcino is 15 looking sharp. 1 above. No good. All right, it's Mr. Police Officer, retired Delaware State Trooper Bill Groton in the big GTO. He's going to break the beam, back on up. He didn't want to show off. So we're coming back down to 5. All right, we're coming back down to 5 in top ET. We got 3 left in foot brake. Tim Foskey, Chris Connor, and a motorcycle. All right, we got Tim Foskey, left lane in the Chevelle. $628 to dial. Taking on Chris Connor. Front endless in the Vega. Chris showing off last night. Made it to the finals and run it up. 560s his dial. So out of them 5 Vegas he's got for sale, this is not one of them. He's keeping this one. He's already won more money than he paid for it, I think. So if you guys are Vega fans, Chris Connor's got a fleet of them. Foskey, 628. Connor, 560. They're both pre-staged. Both drivers super careful. Going to tickle that bottom ball, but see what we got. Connor's in. Foskey's in. Connor's going to need some help here. We got a 50 light to a 17, and Foskey turns on the wind light. Tim Foskey, 17, 1 above, taking 2 thou. Tim Foskey coming back to the final, and he will face Montrell Johnson. Montrell is one bad dude on 2 wheels. Let's see how much Montrell shows us. He's been known to carry a little extra there. Let's see what he's got. Montrell looking good, 1 above, 29 on the go. That'll give Foskey lane choice on the next round. Coming down to the finals, Montrell on 2 wheels and Tim Foskey in the Chevelle. Get your bets in now.
Yee-haw!
dragster category here at the Hillbilly Bracket Bash. We're down to five junior dragsters left. Left lane is Blake LeCage Truitt. Blake's dialed 9 flat. Taking on Levi Nar. Nar out of Boyertown, PA, dialed 844. All right, both drivers are in. Blake kicks at 32 red, and Levi tracks it right after him. He's 108 red. Give it win to Levi Nar. Both drivers looking strong. All right, left lane, we got Darian Hill. He's taking on Shane Connor. Connor, 797. He'll get 700s from Darian Hill in the left lane. He's dialed 790. Connor in the right lane. He's got the entire PA posse out there as a pit crew. Junior Dragster Tuner of the Year, Nathan Mendenhall gets him set. Darian Hill, he kicks at 46 red. Shane Connor, he's 48 on the let go. Let's see how much he shows off. Well, he didn't show off too much. He's 15 thou under. Give that win to Shane Connor. He's coming back down to 3. All right, and here comes your buy run in the junior dragster category. That's Bentley Hazard. Hazard's dialed 903. Hazard showing off. Rolls out there. Goes 90 on the let go. Dead 0. Hazard coming back. Down to 3.
Yee-HAW! All right, we're getting down to it. We'll give the drivers a couple minutes, get cooled down, get them ready.
We want to extend a huge thanks for everybody who came out to support us here at this Hillbilly Bracket Bash, man. It really means a lot. We had a great time, great show. We got over the monsoon on Friday night and the tornadoes zipping around. 2 good days of racing. A little windy, but that just adds just one more variable to this game we love to play. So thanks, everybody. Sure was a fun time. All right, I hear them rumbling. We're down to 5, top ET at the Hillbilly Bracket Bash. Yeatman in the left, Groton in the right. All right, Donnie Yeatman in the Beretta. He's dialed 718. Taking out Bill Groton. Groton in the GTO. 605 to dial in the right lane. Yeatman's in big trouble. Bill Groton in full control. He's 10 to a 46, and at the finish line, we are 4 over. Yeatman did 6. It's 001 at the finish line. And I do believe Mr. Groton gave that back looking at his 110 mile an hour. I look at my ticket when I turned it red to him, and I'll let you know the real details. Yep, Mr. Groton killed 4 mile an hour on that one. Well, that's part of the game. Giving it, taking it. Good day for Mr. Groton. Heck of a day for Donnie Yeatman. He's going to be tickled to death. All right, we got a pair of dragsters coming up next. Larry McGowan. 466 to dial and taking on Dennis Long. 487 to dial. Eastern Shore, Western Shore matchup here. Both drivers, 002 red. Dennis Long leads first. His 002 seals the deal. That win goes to Larry McGowan. 002 red rolls down 1 above McGowan. He's coming back. Down to 3. Morrison. He's got to buy. See what he shows us here. 628 in the Mustang. Morris ain't playing around. He's 008. See what he shows us. Little, oh yeah, 8 foul under. Sounded like me clicked a little early. Oh, yeah, 100 mile an hour. He killed about 9 or 10 on that one, so Morrison's ready for him. Foot brake final coming at you here at the Hillbilly Bracket Bash. Tim Foskey in the Chevelle. Montrell Johnson on 2 wheels. Both drivers, former US 13 Dragway track champions. Montrell, he ruled pro bike for a while. Now he's changed his mind. He's jumped over into foot brake, so we got Foskey on the foot brake and Montrell on the hand clutch. So let's see what these guys got for each other. 534 on the motorcycle, 628 on the Chevelle. And Montrell turns at 9 rig. Give that winner Tim Foskey. He is your Hillbilly Bracket Bash foot brake champion today, Tim Foskey. 23 on the let go, rolls down 11th thou under. Let's hear it for Tim Foskey. Toughen that, Chevelle. All right, we're coming back. We got 5 left in the juniors and 3 left in the juniors and 3 left in top ET. All right, juniors are coming out. I hear them snap, crackle, popping back there. So the juniors are coming to you. 3 left. And I do believe my buddy Shane Connor is sitting on the bye run. My buddy Shane Connor got to buy into the finals here at the Hillbilly Bracket Bash. Well, weekend went good. At least I will get my picture took with my buddy Shane. Shane's ready for him. He's 23 on the hit. That's a 95 with a 5 last round and a 95 with a O. Shane Connor. He's ready for him. Coming back for your junior dragster Hillbilly Bracket Bash Championship. Let's see who Shane's going to face. Will it be Levi Narr in the left lane or Bentley Hazard? Narr, 842 to dial. Hazard, 903 to dial. All right, both the junior dads give the thumbs up. Drivers are in. Levi Narr has got Bentley covered up. Already out in front. And on a double breakout, give that to Levi Narr. 21 on the let go. Rolls down. Goes 13th thou under. Shane Connor. My buddy Shane. He's coming back to the final, taking on Levi Narr. We sure hope everybody enjoyed Diamond State Digital. I know we did. Chad and the crew do a wonderful job. So hopefully all you guys at home had a great time watching. We got a couple finals coming out. We're down to 3 in top ET. We're down to 2 in the junior dragster category. So we'll give the drivers a couple minutes, catch their breath, and get ready to show off some. Meanwhile, I think we got Paul Riddle, RMR Motorsports, coming out. He's going to make a test run in this wheel stand at Camaro. I think he scratched the paint on the bumper earlier today. So I think they put 2 cases of that Schaefer oil, some ratchet straps in the front end, try to hold that thing down. So let's see what he's got. Our viewers at home, don't run to the fridge or the bathroom. You need to watch this run. He's going to hang them high. Double O to shoot that thing to the sky. Paul Riddle out there, RMR Motorsports, out there showing off for you guys. Semifinals, top ET. Coming at you here at the Hillbilly Bracket Bash. Donnie Yeatman sitting on the bye. He's trying to keep that money on the Eastern Shore. Brian Mollison out of Ithaca, Maryland. 627 to dial on the Mustang. Taking on Larry McGowan. McGowan out of Woodstock, Maryland. 467 to dial. Allen kicks it 3 red. Give it a win to Brian Morrison. Brian Morrison's 10 on the tree. Did 4. 14 total. Morrison looking tough for the finals. Here comes our hometown boys, Donnie Yeatman. Yeatman in the Beretta. Told me he goes to the junkyard and gets him 5 3 LS's. Yeatman down there looking tough, showing off a little bit, 19 thou under. Yeatman told me, yeah, just go to junkyard, get a couple of them LS's whenever I get a chance. So he won enough money here today, he'd get him a whole truckload of LS's out of the junkyard. Donnie Yeatman coming back to the finals. We're going to have us an all-door car final here in top bulb category at the Hillbilly Bracket Bash. Brian Morrison and Donnie Yeatman will be coming back. Both looking for that $7,500 prize money. All right, here that snap, crackle, pop. We got the juniors coming out at you. It's the final. My buddy, Shane Connor. He's in the left lane, down 796. He'll be taking on Levi Narr, 840 to dial. It isn't no wonder why them Nars are so good, boy. They start them out young. Ace Jr. crew chief gives the head nod. Nathan Mendenhall's got Shane ready to rumble. Jake Narr putting Levi in. Two killers. All right, Shane's 90 to his 113. So let's see if 23 he can hang on to it at the stripe, and he's whopping it already. Yep, there he goes. Shane Connor, your Hillbilly Bracket Bash Junior Dragster Killer, brings it home today. 90 on the tree, rolls down 2 above. I'm going to have to get him a new throttle cable. He was wrapping the world out of that thing. Levi Narr, good showing. 113 on the tree, rolls down and goes 8 above. Let's have it, man. These young kids ain't gonna be long. They'll be wearing us old cats out. And I'm gonna get my picture took. I didn't win nothing, but I'm gonna get in Shane's picture. Faux show. All right, here comes your top ET final. Brian Morrison in the left. Donnie Yeatman in the right. Morrison, 627 to dial. Yeatman, 716 to dial. He just went 16 dead 1, or he was down 18, but he went 16 with a 1. Let's see if he can make it back it up.
So Brian Morrison, if you could come to the second floor of the tower, please. Brian Morrison, second floor of the tower, please. Congratulations to all today's winners. Winners, runner-ups, even first-round runner-ups. Y'all did great. Thank you for coming to the Hillbilly Bracket Bash, as we appreciate the support. On behalf of my wife and the crew, safe travels back home, and we'll see you at the next event. Shane, hold on a second. We're coming down there, buddy. Just give us a sec. Shane, hold on.